Good morning, everyone, and welcome. And welcome to our meeting. A couple of quick reminders. If you're going to speak, and I'll forget too, you press this green button here, and then when you're finished, turn it off. Otherwise, sometimes we'll get some interference back and forth. So I've had these in front of me for a year now, and I still mess up on them. So don't feel badly if you make a mistake about that. We're really pleased everybody's here. This is truly a blue ribbon group of people, and we are so thrilled to have you here and to get your thoughts. We are very serious about trying to work through these accountability issues and to be thoughtful about it. So I want everybody to be skeptical. Whatever you may hear, be skeptical. And by that, I mean question it. Be willing to question it, not be afraid to question anything. And then let's listen to what the discussion, where that goes in response to the skeptical things we raise. And it comes to all the way to the most basic of issues, because a lot of times accountability testing is referred to as what the typical child should know at a certain level or stage. What's the typical child look like? Who determines and how do they determine what that child should know at a certain stage? Accountability testing is a way to get public trust. You talk to a lot of parents about accountability testing, they're not speaking of trust. They're speaking of pressure and anxiety that their children feel. So there's a number of issues all across the deck. And I think we all agree ultimately that it's going to be something that needs to be done, but we want to do it thoughtfully, and we want to do it in terms of keeping the whole child in mind. Our focus has got to be what's in the best interest of our children and how do we provide them with the best education that we can. So we want to keep the whole child. Our children are not widgets. They are unique. They have very different talents and go about the way they display those talents in very different ways. And so we need to find a good accountability system that accurately reflects, or is close to accurate. Perfection, I think, here is not a score that's obtainable, but as close as possible to reflect how we are doing and how our children are doing, but do it in a way that's inviting, that's more inviting to children and more reliable for their parents, and a lesser sense of anxiety, lesser sense of pressure, and a greater sense of feeling of support, because that's ultimately what I think all of us are about for our children. And so we want to look at how we go about this to bring about support for the development of the entirety of the child. And that's a tall order. So I'm glad we're surrounded by a bunch of people who can take on that kind of tall order, and very appreciative of your service. We're going to forego introductions today since we did that in our first meeting. But if there's a point that you want to make that comes from a particular perspective, please feel free at any point to remind us, along with your point, what your experience is that informs the thought that you're about to express or the question you're about to make, because that'll be helpful to everybody. So with those very limited ground rules, I want to turn it over to Rupen Faria, who is our coordinator of the task force, and he will guide us now through some of the next steps that we're going to discuss and introduce our speakers and guides for the day. And I want to thank all our staff who are here. Several of our most senior staff are here, and thank all of you for being here, as well as our guests. Rupen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vice Chair. Sir, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I want to begin by sincerely thanking you all for being here, and especially for making the drive into Raleigh to be here at the DPI building up in the state boardroom. We are grateful for your time. We are grateful for your expertise, and grateful for your dedication to what is complex but also very consequential work. Before we begin, I did want to just run through a few logistics. As the Vice Chair said, everyone should have a microphone in front of you, just the one button, so it's easy on and off. We are streaming live on YouTube, and so it's important that we remember that. We also have some task force members that are joining us via Zoom that will be able to hear you, and hopefully we'll be able to hear them if the audio is working properly. In the back room, through either one of these two doors on the back wall, There's a break room. We've got refreshments back there, drinks and light snacks. If you need a restroom, if you come out of the state boardroom and go to your right down towards the south end of the building, the restrooms, both men and women, are on the other side of the elevator banks. Would ask that you all take care of yourselves and take breaks as you need them. But we'll also ask that while we're in the room, to lock in and to focus. This is, as I said, very consequential work, and we want to make this time as productive as possible for all of you. I also want to thank the DPI staff that's in the room. Dr. Michael Marr, who is the Chief Accountability Officer for DPI, is my partner in this work. And Curtis Sonneman, our Acting Director for Accountability, is behind the scenes doing a lot of the work that you will experience today. And I also want to thank all of our senior staff from DPI. If you all need anything, we're here to help you. Just please don't hesitate to ask. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Marr to introduce our facilitators.
Thank you, Rupen. And I just want to echo Rupen's thank you to all of you for committing to this work. We have an incredible opportunity in front of us to design something new, innovative, and valuable for students throughout our state. So we are really pleased to have some partners in this work from the National Center for the Improvement of Educational Assessment, or the Center. So online, we have Dr. Carla Evans, and then with us in the room, we have Drs. Chris Brandt and Dr. Juan DeBrat. And I'm not going to belabor the point here, but we have national expertise with us. The center has helped a number of states across the country engage in this very work. And so we're really fortunate to have not only their expertise, but their partnership in the work. And so I'm going to turn it over to Juan and Chris. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Juan DeBrat. It's a pleasure to meet all of you, or see you in person, rather, for the first time. I'm going to just give you a super brief background about the center. The center has been around since 1998. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan, kind of consultant-style organization. We basically are a group of subject matter experts that range in areas from large-scale assessment to classroom assessment, small-scale accountability to large-scale accountability, evaluation, and school improvement. Our goal, as always, is not to give you an answer, but to rather help you come to the answer you're looking for. So our job is to kind of do two things. One is to serve as a mirror, which is basically, we hope, a kind of an attractive mirror. So as you're looking through, you see a reflection of what you're asking for in a kind of maybe more organized way, but also to guide you through a process. So what we're going to be spending today, and I don't want to apologize, but I want to recognize that the beginning of our work is with the whole slide deck is a little bit of just me talking at you, but that's in an attempt to try to lay a foundation to get to the point that you can start talking to us and to one another. So this process that we're going through is something that we refined over the years. There's not like a set process, so to speak, but we have found that it's really important to get to the point that you all feel equipped to be able to share your perspectives rather broadly in order for us to get to some kind of narrow recommendations. And we'll talk through how this work moves forward. But at any point, please don't hesitate to just interrupt me, stop, ask questions, or make any comments as we really, again, the goal is to make sure that we are hearing from you all. So you can see we have a pretty packed agenda. We have breaks scheduled throughout the day. You won't need your electronic devices until after our first break, actually until after lunch, really. We'll prompt you for that. We also recognize that everyone's an adult and there may be things that pull you out. So if you need to step out real fast, please do so. If you can hold it off until break, we'd really appreciate it. We're gonna do our best to try to stick to our timing. So with that, we just want to do a quick overview of process, roles, norms, things of that nature. I'm gonna see if I can pull this off in 10 minutes. So our outcomes, really, and I'll talk about this on the next slide in a second. We need to help define what we mean by a purpose and vision to the accountability system. As we heard from the co-chair, we need to think about what does trust for the public mean? What does it mean in terms of referencing like a typical school or a typical child? The challenge with setting performance expectations, setting standards for performance on an accountability level is we want to think about typicality, but we also want to think about expectation. And so how do you wrestle with those two things in terms of the tension between what does it mean to be accessible for everybody, but what does it also mean to set a bar for everyone that people want to strive toward? So we need to think about how do we recognize excellence? What do we think about in terms of expectations for parents and communities and students? But then really, how does the task force integrate with the work group overall? And what I mean by that is that the task force is responsible, you all, for setting kind of the overall vision, right? What is the theory of action around accountability? What is it intended to do and what does it lead to? What is it in terms of the recommendations that you'll be receiving, but also what are the guiding principles that will then task the work groups that are under DPI's purview to figure out some of the details. So at the end of these next two meetings, the goal is to have a relatively intact theory of action and a set of guiding principles that then the working group rather will then take off and then look through some of the details around the indicators, around the design recommendations that then will come back to you all to say, this makes sense. Or we actually need you to make some adjustments. We need you to go back and do some more thinking. So our job here is to kind of stay at a high enough level that we can talk about bigger picture outcomes for the working group to really get into the weeds. So while we, Chris, Carl, and I are gardeners, we like to get into the weeds, we are asking you to try to stay out of the weeds. So that is a big challenge to the task force. You're going to want to ask specifics about measurement and about indicators and metrics, how these things fit together. And we're just not there yet. One of the things that I'll just put a plug in for I think my own take on this that happened when ESSA came out. While we're talking about a state accountability system, we saw this happen state by state in federal systems. We were so, I think, primed to think about things from a No Child Left Behind standpoint that we didn't ask the question about starting with school improvement. And when ESSA came out, accountability systems were like, all right, what are the rules? How do we classify schools? And how do we then dictate what schools need certain levels of improvement? When really the question probably should have been, what are our goals for schools? And how should improvement be structured? And then how do we design a measurement system that meets that improvement structure? So we should have started with the end in mind rather than thinking about the requirements associated with the federal law. I think that's what we're learning, and that's why we're seeing so many states now re-engage in thinking about accountability, which is why we're starting now with, okay, let's talk about vision, let's talk about outcomes, and let's talk about design principles, and that'll get us to where we want to be on the state side. So as you can see on the slide, we are the foundation of our work is going to begin with a theory of action. We're not going to be asking you to fill in some boxes that say, if this happens, then we see these results. That's too esoteric. It just doesn't work that way. What we're going to be asking you is actually to take a much broader step back and think about some questions about what you see as the vision for the prototypical North Carolina student, for the typical North Carolina school, and how accountability can support that. From that, we will extract components that will represent and make up the theory of action, which we'll then bring back to you. We'll also want you to spend some time about thinking about design principles. We'll do that next meeting, where we're really talking about kind of tensions between things like, do you want simplicity or do you want comprehensiveness in your system? Do you want things to be like hyper comparable across schools, or do you want there to be a little bit of like a flavor of innovation? So those are the types of questions we'll be asking you in the next meeting. That will then enable the working groups to engage in kind of the characteristics and features of the accountability system that will then move back to you for recommendations. Any questions about this idea of kind of base to moving to more narrow? So very briefly, I just kind of want to say it, and then we'll say it again, and then we'll say it again next meeting. But what is the theory of action? It's actually very straightforward. It kind of tells you what are the goals and assumptions that you have around a system to support longer term goals. It is intended to be dynamic, so it's not a set it and forget it. One of the things that we do advocate for is for a theory of action to be sufficiently trackable or measurable over time so that you can revisit it year over year and say, does this thing still hold that we made in terms of these claims about what a system should do? As it's refined, you'll notice that there'll be tweaks that are made to it. We hope that it's somewhat future proofed because it doesn't really talk about where we are today. It's much more of an idealized version of what we think. I've actually been sitting here reflecting on the quote that's on the back wall. And I actually think that that a theory of action is intended to try to speak to this idea of how do you think about enabling students, families to have a right to a privilege of education. That's not a thing that changes from year to year. That's a thing that you want to actually hold and be something that you can point to and say, this makes sense. And we should be able to have access to this 3 to 5 years. And then we'll see as things change, as outcomes improve or not improve, then how do we revisit the theory of action in terms of what's being enacted? As far as design principles, they're essentially the guardrails that help define how the system is instantiated against that theory of action. A known limitation of theory of action development is that everything always ends with the same end goal. We want students to learn more. I don't mean to be like so flippant about it, but that's ultimately what the whole education game's about, right? No one got into this because we're trying to kind of like put our stamp on things. It's because we invest in a system that we hope to give kids access to opportunity. That's not the end goal that we want to specify in the theory of action. We want to dive in a little bit more closely because we want to think about what are the systems of accountability. And so how does that smaller theory of action fit into the larger vision of kind of education for the state of North Carolina? If you think about kind of a smaller circle within the larger circle of education, now we're talking about the theory of action for accountability. Well, in order to really zoom into that, that's where we have to think about design principles. And we'll guide you through those design principles and how to kind of name the constraints for this roadmap as we then help the working group think about the specifics around accountability. We'll then get into some details, and this is really where the working group comes in, where we'll talk about indicators and associated measures, how we put all those things together in terms of design decisions, and how we think about reporting. Those recommendations will come back to the task force so that you feel like, okay, now DPI is charged to then think about how to enact this in terms of business rules, in terms of making sure that we're adhering to any kind of state or federal law, and how those two things, the design and the operations, actually work together. That being said, I think almost. All right, 2 minutes to go. Initial reactions, any questions, any concerns, any thoughts, any affirmations about kind of how this overall layout of the structure should work. I will admit that we're trying to compress a few meetings into 2, but I think with 2 in-person focused meetings, this shouldn't be a problem at all. So any questions? All right, easy stuff so far, right? If you haven't already, I'm going to take a moment for you all to either grab that tiny URL or to snap a picture of that QR code. Reason being is that there are going to be a few things that will be prompting you off that website, which include 3 different activities. If you can't read that, it's tinyurl.com, but it's NCDPI, all in caps, task force, a capital T and a capital F, no spaces. And if at any point that you all need that again, we can jump back to this slide. But on that task force page, you'll see a link to the task force site. We'll have every meeting organized on that landing page. For today's, you'll see the agenda. You'll see the link to the slides. You'll also see links to 3 different activities where we'll be asking you to jump into your machines. Not right now, but so that's just kind of a placeholder. I do suggest that you bookmark this page because we'll be coming back to it regularly. So the process for making decisions, really what we ask you to do is to think about kind of active listening and active engagement. Respectfully listen to all opinions, all perspectives. This is a varied group. We expect that there should be differences in opinions. We are not seeking unanimous consent. We're maybe seeking unanimity, where we're trying to come towards a noted idea. If there are instances of dissent, we will mark those. We want to make sure that we are representing the different viewpoints and that you're representing your constituencies. But we ask that you kind of bring your whole self, not just your role, to how you think about this. There's a reason why you're on this task force. It's not just the role that you serve, but also who you are. So we need to hear kind of what is your perspective, what do your experiences tell you, and what do the experiences of the people that you represent tell you. We are going to try to identify final recommendations that we will put in writing for you As we work through each of these meetings, inclusive of the working group, we'll document everything into a final report. You'll have plenty of opportunities to review the text that's in that final report, mostly because we want to make sure that it's an authentic representation of what we're hearing throughout the process. Because it is a large group, we ask you that you listen as much as you contribute. We know that folks have different kind of positionings, different position statements, different positionalities, but that we really do want you to engage in hard questions. There shouldn't be necessarily a final answer. A good statement should lead to a subsequent better question, but really we want you to just be honest. Think big picture, think bold. We really just want to see how varied of a viewpoint we can get as we think about questions around kind of the vision for North Carolina. At this point, I do want to ask, though, are there other norms that we should instantiate, that we want to make sure that we capture? We'll be revisiting these meeting norms regularly. So if there's something that we're seeing that needs kind of work, or that we feel doesn't or does need to be stated or restated, we'll reemphasize that. But I also do want to give you all an opportunity to say, is there any norm that we should be representing that is not currently listed on this set? Fantastic. All right, we're only 2 minutes behind schedule. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Brandt, and he'll be helping you think through the promise of accountability.
Good morning. I'm Chris Brandt. I'm an associate at the Center for Assessment, and very happy to be here. I'm going to just give you a brief overview of this process, what this is going to look like over the next several months. And then Rupen, I think, is going to talk about the strategic plan. We'll engage in some discussion, and then we'll go to break. So recently, there has been a pretty substantial shift in federal policy. The current administration is signaling much greater flexibility for states to think about how they want to meet the requirements in the Every Student Succeeds Act. And as they think about doing that, they're also kind of thinking about the usefulness, as Vice Chair Duncan mentioned, really questioning everything, right, in the accountability system. What's the usefulness of our accountability system? Do we even need accountability systems? Are they even helping? And so this started, we started hearing this in 2025. And so the center put out a paper, and the link to this paper is there on the screen. It's in the slides. It's the case for statewide school accountability systems. And in this brief, we really point to 4 purposes of accountability systems, saying they are important and they're vital to school success because they fill these 4 purposes. Number 1, they signal what outcomes are valued, right? They make it clear to parents, to students, to communities what matters for students. Number 2, they provide information on school performance on those outcomes. They can highlight gaps that exist also across major subgroups. Number 3, they help to monitor school and district performance. And number 4, they build public trust and engagement through that transparent reporting. So you can see, how are our schools doing today? How are they doing over time? And so this task force, the big question that you're going to have to grapple with is, how do we design an accountability system that's effective for our students in North Carolina? And so to do that, we're going to walk you through these 8. You're actually going to you are going to participate and fulfill these 8 components or building blocks that you see here. And it starts with goals, and it ends with an evaluation. And today we're going to spend most of the time on goals. We've got the working group that is going to provide a lot of assistance and support around indicators and measures and communication and support and other things. But today we'll focus mostly on goals. And what I'm going to do here in the next couple minutes is just unpack each of these components. So goals. Goals are what you envision for your schools. They should be shared. They should be specific. You've all heard of SMART goals, right? specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, timely. So when you think about goals, you want them to be SMART. The short and long-term outcomes, those are how your goals are represented, right? So the short-term outcomes, and we're going to ask you to think about this later today. Short-term outcomes are what you want for students while they're in a school, while they're in a system. The long-term outcomes really are what you want to think about after students leave the system. So for example, some short-term outcomes for elementary students might be engagement, belonging, safety and well-being, academic achievement and growth. Long-term outcomes are, after high school, what do we want for our students? We want them to be employed in a chosen field. You might want to make sure that they can hold a job for 1 to 2 years or longer. College enrollment might be important. College persistence might be important. The indicators and measures, so this comes next, and these are the data sources that allow you to observe whether you're making progress to those goals. And there are some important distinctions between indicators and measures. Indicators are the bigger domains that address key areas. So academic achievement is an example of an indicator. Academic growth, another example, college readiness, school quality. And then you can see on the right are specific measures that you can use to see whether you're making progress toward those indicators. And in many cases, you're going to want to use multiple measures and aggregate those into larger indicators of performance. The design decisions, so this is really how information is combined. So you can think about, for example, in North Carolina, you've got a system right now where 80% is achievement, 20% is growth. There's a methodology behind that, right? A method for taking growth, information on achievement, combining that to come up with your results about how a school is performing. So these design decisions are really important. And Juan mentioned the design principles. All of these decisions should be based on underlying principles about what you think schools should be doing for students, what matters most, again, those goals. So 3 really important questions here are, how do we want to combine those indicators? When you think about the outcomes and you've established those, and you start thinking about, okay, how are we going to observe these outcomes? How are we going to make sure that we see progress? You can do it in 2 ways. One is compensatory. So this is where the measures are weighted and they're averaged. In this case, a higher score can offset a lower score. And you can see, I have an example up on the screen, college readiness indicator. Say you, for your college readiness indicator, you decide that ACT scores and successful AP coursework, you want as many students as possible engaging in AP coursework, right? So we're going to set 60 as the threshold. We want 60% of our students to be proficient in ACT and to engage in at least one AP course. So you can see on the left with the compensatory design, the average score is 65, and that school would be deemed proficient. Now, if you have a conjunctive approach, now you're saying, okay, we want to have minimum requirements for each of these measures. And so in order for a school to be proficient, they have to meet the minimum requirement for all the measures. And so you can see on the left, the school would be proficient. On the right, with the conjunctive approach, because they didn't meet it, they've got a 55 in AP coursework, that school would not be deemed proficient. So these are really important considerations. We're not going to get into this today, but something to keep in mind, right? As you think about how do we want to measure school success, what's important, and what thresholds do we want to set, and how do we want to set them? So communication, this is how results are shared with the community and with students and educators. Good communication both transforms complex results into actionable and meaningful results. It also builds trust and transparency through reporting. DPI does many of you can see the examples of good communication down there. DPI does most of these already. You have static reports, interactive web-based tools, manuals, interpretation guides, sessions for educators and schools about how to interpret the information and use the information, and then contextual information like demographics, for example, to make sure people are making meaningful comparisons when they're looking at their school compared to another school, for example. Consequences and support. This has to do with the actions that will be taken after schools are graded, are scored, and you have meaningful differentiation across them. Examples of consequences are public reporting of results, school identification, recognition for excellence and required improvement plans. And then the supports include professional development for teachers, evidence-based strategies, additional resources and money to schools, and technical assistance. Monitoring, this looks at how our schools are making progress. So you're going to want to think carefully about how you monitor success. This will again be tied back to those goals and outcomes. And this is a really important point, that monitoring will show you whether or not schools are improving, but it will not tell you how schools improve. And that's why we really say evaluation is critically important. And there are two components of a good evaluation. One is looking at summatively, is this system working as we intended it to work? And number two is, how can the system be improved over time? And so you can see those first two questions I have there, those are more around the summative evaluation, determining whether or not the system is working as intended. And then the next two questions really address the how can the system be improved? So I'll pause there. Are there any questions about the process or the components that you'll be asked to engage in? All right, with that, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you. I am confident that we will not be this quiet for the duration of this task force. But you are getting a lot of information. I will try to go quickly, but we wanted to give just a brief overview and connection with the strategic plan, because this is all happening. This is happening as an action within the strategic plan, but it's also happening in this pivotal moment when we're all moving in one direction. The strategic plan is more than a document. It is a shared commitment between the State Board of Education, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, the Department of Public Instruction, and really anyone who cares about education in North Carolina. It is a commitment to ensure that by 2030, North Carolina has the best public school system in the nation. This plan was built through listening to educators, to families, to students, community leaders, and it sets measurable goals. It is not aspirational language alone. It is paired with targets, with transparency, public reporting. It reflects a belief that excellence requires clarity, sustained focus, and of course, accountability. And with that context, I'm going to walk briefly through each pillar and just provide some color. You all received, I hope that everyone had seen the strategic plan well before this task force was convened, but you also received it in your materials. I'll ask now if it would be helpful for anyone to have a copy of the plan. Could you just raise your hand so I would know? It is also linked in the agenda, and I know that many of you have devices in front of you. And we are bringing up copies so that if you change your mind, there will be some that we'll keep in the back. But Pillar 1 is prepare each student for their next phase in life. Pillar 1 has 5 focus areas: igniting early learning, elevating teaching and learning, promoting excellence for all, reimagining the student experience, and launching life-ready graduates. We are not simply graduating students, we are preparing them. Whether their next step is college, career, military service, or another meaningful pathway, success means they leave our system equipped and confident. This pillar emphasizes rigorous academics, expanded access to advanced coursework, strong career and technical education pathways, and character development. It acknowledges that academic mastery and personal resilience go hand in hand. In Pillar 2, we revere public school educators. 4 focus areas: improve educator recruitment and retention, expand career pathways for education professionals, increase educator compensation, and elevate and restore pride in the education profession. This pillar is intentionally strong in language. It is not just to support or even to respect educators, it is to revere them. No strategic goal can be achieved without elevating the profession. This pillar focuses on compensation, career pathways, retention, and restoring pride. It recognizes that improving student outcomes begins with improving the experience of educators from recruitment through advancement. Pillar 3 is to enhance parent, caregiver, and community support with 2 focus areas: engage and empower families, strengthen community partnerships. And this pillar acknowledges that families and communities are not peripheral. They are essential partners. It calls for stronger communication, greater transparency, and intentional engagement. The executive summary, which we also provided in the materials you all received before the meeting, speaks to building trust and shared ownership of outcomes. When families understand expectations and see progress clearly reported, confidence grows. Pillar 4 is to ensure healthy, safe, and secure learning environments. Here again, 2 focus areas: ensure safe school environments and improve student and staff health and well-being. This pillar centers on physical safety, mental health supports, and whole child well-being. It reflects the understanding that students cannot learn effectively unless they feel secure and supported. Pillar 5 is to optimize operational excellence with 3 focus areas: improve NCDPI's services to stakeholders, improve collaboration and communication across NCDPI offices, and modernize NCDPI and PSU operations. This pillar is about operational strength, data systems, financial stewardship, streamlined processes, and reducing administrative burden. It is about ensuring that our structures support instruction rather than distract from it. And perhaps more than any other, this one is inward looking as in terms of this building, where we're looking at ourselves and how we can get better, how we can partner better with districts, and then also how districts and our charter schools and lab schools can also be more operationally efficient. Pillar 6, lead transformative change. This has 4 focus areas: transform schools through research and development, connect North Carolina public schools through education networks, promote integrated support systems for schools and districts, and explore accountability and funding reform. This pillar reflects a commitment to continuous improvement. The plan itself is not static. It embraces innovation, research-based strategies, and the thoughtful use of data. It acknowledges that to become the best in nation, we must be willing and eager to evolve. Pillar 7 is celebrating the excellence in public education. Our focus areas are to develop comprehensive public education messaging, engage partners on education, and share public education messaging and stories. North Carolina has extraordinary strengths, from early colleges to national board certified teachers to innovative district practices and much, much, much more. This pillar commits to us telling that story because excellence deserves and demands visibility. Pillar 8 is to galvanize champions to fully invest in and support public education. 3 focus areas: build community voices, promote engagement initiatives, and move champions to actions. This pillar recognizes that educational excellence requires collective commitment. Business leaders, community partners, policymakers, educators, families, we all have a role in this plan and in the success of our public education system. The plan calls for building a broad coalition that invests in and advocates for public education. And so, taken together, these 8 pillars are interconnected. They reflect a comprehensive vision of student readiness, educator excellence, operational strength, community partnership, and continuous improvement. The plan is paired with measurable goals and transparent reporting. It is both ambitious and accountable. And so we wanted to ground everyone in this strategic plan as we move forward into our next activity.
Okay, time finally for you all to talk. We're going to take the next 15 minutes and ask you to get into just groups of 3 or 4. Just turn to the person next to you, people next to you, and think about what the implications of the strategic plan and the 8 pillars of the accountability redesign work are. So, for example, you might say, based on the pillars, based on these focus areas, what is it that we want to make sure we include, we highlight in the accountability plan? What's most important? How might we measure it? Are we going to be able to measure it reliably and in a valid way? Are there concerns that come up when you look at that? Are there things that are missing? All of these things, right? There's a number of questions, but take 15 minutes, talk about that, what resonates with you from the strategic plan, and then we're going to ask each group or whoever is willing from each group to share 1 or 2 points from your discussion.
Oh my goodness, okay. I know yes.
Thank you. So if you could just take the next 30 seconds or so and finish up your conversations, and then we're going to come back as a group and share share some things that you talked about in your groups. Yes, yes. Yeah, so we're ready for you to come back. This is great. You must have engaging conversations. Good news. So why don't I start here with this group?
We had a great discussion about the strategic plan and a state accountability system, and we agreed that each of these pillars can be measured in some capacity, but we need to determine as a group what it is we think should be measured in an accountability system and perhaps what should not be measured in an accountability system in terms of these 8 pillars.
Great, thank you. How about this group?
We talked about specifically like the interplays of pillars 4 and 5 when we talk about ensuring a safe school environment. How in like the portrait of a graduate in the long-term outcomes, we're talking about softer, more holistic skills that our students have, the ability to pivot, the ability to be self-starters, the ability of our students to be civically engaged. How do we reverse engineer into measurable actions or like consistent accountability actions when even those values that we all agree are really what people are measuring aren't necessarily universally lifted up or accepted? And how do we incorporate what we truly want our long-term goals to be with the intention we set in the theory of action?
Mm-hmm. And making sure those are in the accountability system, those
In measurable ways, like
in
what
measurable ways. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. How about this group? Yes.
So we agree that we need to look at each pillar and see what elements in that pillar could be a part of the accountability system, what could be measured. We like that strategy as well. And of course, pillar 1 it looks at accountability the way we're used to looking at accountability. So those measures are comfortable to us. We know them, we've experienced them. But then like expanding on that a little, if you move to pillar 2, and you're really talking about human resources there, and we know human resources are the most probably important thing in education in order for our students to be prepared and ready for the next phase in their life. So looking at things like the teacher working conditions survey or the teacher turnover rate, and how well our school systems and schools doing with preparing the people within the school to give that quality education back to the students, would be an example of maybe a different kind of measure we could look at within the 8 elements or the 8 pillars.
Thank you. In this group?
So we talked about how the pillars speak to the engagement of many different people that have a stake and how each of the pillars invites that participation and the complexities of trying to measure that and report on that. We also talked about how just because you can count it doesn't mean that it provides something meaningful that helps guide. We also talked about how very much an accountability system reflects not just the trust that we have of the public, but is accountable for, is the school in my community a good school? Is this a place where my child is learning and growing? And of the possibility for schools to use it as a metric for how can we get better at these things? And we just talked about the many metrics that make part of that and how capturing that's going to be a complex challenge, but important one.
Thank you. And online, Carla, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Yes.
Okay, so I'll do a quick share out from our group, Janet Mason and Daryl Pennell, who are on. So we had three, I mean, we were having a great conversation, but we got 3 points out before we had to come back. One was related to Pillar 1 and preparing students for the next phase of their life. So we talked about the importance of focusing on life skills. So things like communication, collaboration, ways students are prepared to go out and do a job interview, for example. Janet gave the example of senior projects in high school and how that was a system in her district and school that was really helpful, but also when it becomes a compliance exercise, sometimes it's not so helpful. So having to think about that, which led into our second conversation, which was about the unintended consequences that can happen and how do we proactively have conversations in this group, not just about what could go right, but what could go wrong if we include this indicator or measure within an accountability system, and not referring to any specific measure, but just in general, making sure that that's something a part of our conversations, and how we connected it to revering public school educators in Pillar 2 and what can go wrong when teachers are evaluated using student test scores, for example. It can lead to a lot of unintended consequences that we even know from research. So how do we bring that into our conversations? And then finally, that the pillars are not just about outputs of the system, but also about the inputs. So how do we think about high quality professional development, for example, or other key inputs? And should those be in the accountability system or not? We don't have an answer to that. We're just asking the question.
Yeah, thanks, Carla. It reminds me also of, have you heard of Campbell's Law? So Campbell's Law says that as soon as you take a measure and you use it in a for high stakes purposes, the nature of that measure changes, right? Because the people all of a sudden focus on that measure and it changes their behaviors. So that's going to be really important to keep in mind when you think about, okay, we want whole child development. How are we going to measure this? And then what could be some unintended consequences of doing that, and really thinking carefully through that. I want to just open it up quickly before we go to break. Any other thoughts? Sue?
One additional thought that we had, which is the importance of Pillar 8, and that the accountability system could actually support Pillar 8. A good accountability system would have the effect of supporting Pillar 8.
That's a great point. Yeah, thank you. All right. Well, we are right on time. Take the next 15 minutes, go to break, and then when you come back, we'll start with our next activity. Make sure you're back by 10:30. 10:30.
Good morning. We're going to start back. I hope you were able to take care of all the things you need to take care of during the break. Just to reintroduce myself, I'm Curtis Sonneman. I'm the Acting Director of Accountability. And this part of the session that we're going to be discussing is I'm going to be giving an overview of our current accountability system. And then Chris is going to be leading a discussion with you all and a table talk to work on your feelings about that as we move into the development of the theory of action for a new system. So when we look at our accountability system, there are really two components of the accountability system. There's our school performance grade component and our long-term goals that we have established through the Every Student Succeeds Act. And so I'll briefly hit on the long-term goals. We set long-term goals for 12 years when the ESSA state plan first arrived to focus on reading and mathematics assessments, graduation rate, and English learner progress. So those goals are in our state plan. They are not tied to our school performance grades in any way. So being, success or failure on a long-term goal of not meeting or not meeting does not impact the school performance grade under our model. There are some states that do have that type of model where long-term goals are part of that system. Our system is broken out into two different components, an elementary and middle school model and a high school model. The differences really between the two are the school quality and student success indicators. So our elementary model is primarily made up of assessments with end of grade assessments in grades 2 through 8, reading and mathematics, our science assessments, our English learner progress. English learner progresses are those students that are attaining a level of English proficiency that makes them independent in school. That also is an assessment. So we use an assessment to determine that, and then growth measures for the school, which are based off of the assessments. For high school, we have our English and mathematics assessments for end of course, our growth measures for reading and mathematics, graduation rate, English learner progress, and our school quality student success indicators of biology, ACT and work keys performance, and math course rigor. So the majority of our current system is based on assessment, and that we have that designed in that way. This aligns for requirements for federal accountability as well as state legislated accountability. For our school performance grades, we have an A through F system with a range from 0 to 100, 85 to 100 being an A, and 39 and below being an F. So it's a 15-point scale. The composite score, which makes up 80% of the model. For elementary and middle schools, that's the proficiency on assessments and English learner progress. And for high schools, that's proficiency on the assessments, English learner progress, cohort graduation rate, math course rigor, and ACT work keys. And then the other 20% is our growth model, where we use EVAS for growth. So just to frame where we're at, this is the information from our last reporting of school performance grades. And as you can see, we have the numbers and percents of school performance grades across all different grade bands, as well as overall. You can see that because of the additional indicators that we have at the high school, we tend to see higher letter grades in the high school than we do elementary and middle, which are based on the end of grade assessments. So we're going to spend some time now talking about successes and challenges of that system. And I'm going to turn it back over to Chris. Thank you.
Thanks, Curtis. So we've got about 45 minutes for this. Is that right? 11:20, right. So we've got about 44 minutes for this next activity. You've got, instead of counting off by fives, we're going to have you count off by fives, but instead of that, each of you has a sticky note in front of your, or you should, in front of your desk. Either yellow, pink, salmon, blue, or green. So if you've got the salmon color, you're going to be back there. Blue is there. Yellow, you're going to go into that room. And then green and pink, you'll go to the back room. And we're going to ask you to, using a marker, think about and write down all the things that are working well, and then all the things that are not working well. And we want you to do it by group. So start with students. What in the accountability system currently is going well? What is not going well? For parents, for teachers, for school and district leaders, and for state leaders. I've got an example up here. I don't think you're going to be able to put it on one piece of chart paper, so you might have two, one that's working well, one that's not working well. But we'll have you in there for about 25 minutes, and then we'll take 15 minutes to debrief.
Thank you, Chris. And as you're looking at this and starting to think through your discussion points, I did just want to pause and recognize someone who's come into the room. State Superintendent Green will be the first to tell you that the strategic plan is not his plan. It is North Carolina's plan. But certainly any plan, the success of it depends upon great leadership, and he is certainly a great leader. And so just wanted to give Superintendent Green a chance to say some words.
Well, good morning. Wonderful to be with y'all this morning. Let me start with a sincere thank you for each of you raising your hands to say that you want to help us work through and develop an accountability system that really does tell us where we are with regards to our public education system here in North Carolina, right? One that also challenges us to improve outcomes for students. But I want to spend just a moment being sure that we have an appropriate frame, at least from my mind, as we're thinking about accountability system. Over the last few months, I've had the incredible honor of trying to frame up where North Carolina is, not utilizing our current accountability system, but rather talking about the fact that we sit in a moment where we have a historic highs with regards to graduation rate. The four-year cohort graduation rate at 87.7, 87.8% of our students essentially graduating on time. You put that in context of folks who've been around this for a minute and understand how remarkable that is, that where we find ourselves today, because 20 years ago, we weren't even anywhere close to that number. You put on top of that historic numbers and results with regards to participation and performance on advanced placement exams, right? Where we are now sitting at a place where we're above the national average with regards to performance. 72% of our students, 72.1% of our students scoring a 3, 4, or 5 on advanced placement exams compared to the national average of 70%. You put on top of that historic numbers with the number of students who are earned industry recognized credentials in our career and technical education courses this past year, with over 380,000 of those credentials earned, right? We also shared information with regards to the number of students who were engaged in violent and criminal offenses, right? And when you put a number out there that says it's around 10,000 or so of these incidents, one will immediately say our schools are not safe. But when you put in context that that's 1.5 million students that we're talking about, when you put in context that, somewhere in the neighborhood of 70% or so, 80%, almost 80% of our schools had 0 to 5 of these incidents. 44% of them had 0 of these incidents, right? And you put into context that 2/3 of the incidents that were reported were possession of alcohol and controlled substance. And you begin to understand maybe the narrative that's out there isn't one that maybe is actually is showing up in our schools. And so as we engage in these conversations, I want us to certainly appreciate that there are things for us to do to improve outcomes for each and every one of our students. There's no question about that. I don't want you to walk away from listening to me and understand that that isn't something that is critically important. But our accountability system also needs to be sure that we are telling the story in a way that says, yes, there's work to do, but by gosh, North Carolina's public schools, I could actually argue, may not have ever been better for more kids in our history. And so where does that sit then in our accountability system? Where does it sit with regards to the safety of our students and educators in our schools as well? And so you've got heavy work, important work, because we're sending messages both to our internal stakeholders, those who want to improve outcomes, as well as our external stakeholders who want to understand what our schools actually are about. So again, I'll end the way I started, which is with a sincere thank you for taking on what I think is some incredibly important work. I look forward to the results that y'all will deliver, the recommendations that y'all will make to the State Board of Education and to me over the next several months. Y'all be blessed. Have a wonderful one.
Superintendent Green, that was perfectly timed message, given what we're going to be doing now. So if you could find your sticky note and head over to your areas. Try to wrap up around 11 o'clock. If you need more time, we'll certainly give you extra time.
Oh, you're sitting there. You go to that.
Right there in the.
All right. Looks like we have everyone. So instead of, we're a little tight on time. So instead of going through each group, what we're going to do is just have each of the groups just tell us the one or two things that stood out to you as what's working, what's not working, the biggest issues. And why don't we start again with this group? Actually, no. We'll start. You can go last this time. We'll start here and we'll go counterclockwise. Oh,
Whoever
okay.
is doing it.
Oh, right, because you're all spread out. Okay, let's start with yellow.
All right, representing the yellow group, what we saw in terms of what's working is we should be measuring proficiency, we should be measuring growth, we should be factoring in a variety of things. But what seems to not be working is how are we measuring those things, and is our intent meeting our impact, and how are we communicating those things, and is our intent meeting our impact?
So the challenges were around.
The challenges were around making sure that like what we're communicating isn't so oversimplified that the details of what needs to happen next don't get diluted.
Okay, so some of the results, looking at them, aren't necessarily clear what the next steps are.
Right. And if we want to know what people are looking for, we have to know what they value and make sure that our values are aligned if we're going to determine what makes a good school.
We had a related point, which is that we talk what working well, not working well with the measures that we have. We also observe that they don't measure a lot of what they don't measure all courses, they don't measure all contributions of all teachers, and so they're useful, but they have gaps that we're not we didn't get into details about what one might do about that. It's an important snapshot, but it doesn't capture the entire enterprise that's happening in the school. And the entire learning or lack of learning that students are exhibiting.
Yeah, too narrow, perhaps. Thank you.
And additionally, before you go, we had the discussion about how growth and achievement compare to each other, about the 80-20 weight on growth versus weight on achievement, meaning as a teacher, it's 80% on how my kids are proficient, but growth plays a big part in it, or it should at least play a level part in how I got the students from where they were to where they are.
Thank you. Let's go to blue. I'm just going to go with the first color I see. So blue. Yes.
In terms of things working well for students, it is a simple measure. It's a boiled down to a number in terms of the actual proficiency. But on the flip side of that, it was raised truly the wonkiness of the growth component is difficult to explain to parents or even the public out, let alone a student.
Anyone else in blue want to add? Thank you. Yeah. All right, let's go. How about salmon? Salmon was.
We're at the back.
Back there.
So clearly we thought more was not working than is working. We did say that what is working is that there is a measure, because what's measured matters, and there needs to be accountability for our students, for our schools, et cetera. There needs to be something. So there is something, whether we like it or not, that it provides good longitudinal data. Again, whether it's fully accurate or not, we're able to see trends over time, and that the system is widely accessible and understandable, even if it's not accurate. because everybody understands the difference between an A and an F. If you're walking into a restaurant, if it's a state board, if it's your school, you know that an A is good and an F is bad versus, more vague jargon like your child is proficient or your child is developed. What does that mean for a parent? So it is understood, even if what's understood is not accurate. And so whatever we come up with needs to have that same, I guess, transparency and accessibility for the general public and for others. It just needs to be more accurate, which is right now that the formula is not accurate in weight or the other evaluating factors, which leads to incorrect public perception. As a classroom teacher, I talked about a point John raised about what's measured when. I do teach English 10, but I would like to know the measure of a student's English literature skills before they leave high school. The difference between 15 and 18 is profound, but there's no measure outside of the ACT. And again, when we're thinking about our long-term goals, what are we measuring when? If we're talking about responsible citizens, there's literally no history measure. There's no CTE measure. There's no art measure. And these are graduation requirements. So how are we valuing some things more than others, which leads to, in terms of like the safety of our schools and how our kids feel about our schools, it even leads to division amongst staff, because who's placed where to teach what and for what reasons. And you have to be strategic in your staffing, but as somebody who's taught English 10 for 20 years, there's a point where you want opportunities for professional growth, but based on our current accountability models, your principal is going to continue to place you where they need you, which limits growth for teachers. And the biggest one we talked about, to wrap this up, is that the inaccuracy of the measure leads to harm for students. When a kid has received a letter, as Ellen had pointed out, that they are in a D school, when a parent who is trying their best, and my kid's here every day and I'm doing everything you're asking me to, gets a letter that their school is an F, that directly influences how the kid sees themselves, their potential, the risks they're willing to take, especially at the high school level. Are they going to look at me if I'm in a D school at Carolina? Like, do I even apply to Duke or NC State if I'm in this C school when I know I'm competing against all these other kids, other places?
These are great points. And I'm hearing a theme too around simplicity versus complexity. Is this working? Simplicity versus complexity. And we see this in all states. You've got to kind of reach a balance, right? Between schools are very complex organizations. And yet we're trying to communicate the quality of these schools as simply as we can, and trying to balance that is a big challenge. Okay, so I think it Green, and is that the last one? Okay. Take us home, Green.
Sure. Well, I think what's already been said by Kim and others is most of our discussion focused on. We also found more things not working than working on our board, and we spoke a lot on the things that are working. Again, having some kind of measure, even if it may not be accurate, at least parents get a sense of kind of simply from the A to F system where their students are and how the school is performing. But the EVAS system, we spent a lot of time talking about just the fact that it's difficult to understand and is a wonky system, and for the weight it has in the formula and accountability, it does poorly reflect sometimes on teachers who could be doing everything they've been told to do and still have students, because we talked about the bell curve distribution. You always have winners or losers, even if all those students could be exceeding and growing year over year. And I think the other thing we talked about too is we talked a bit about the 1-day testing and having that happen at like the end of May. I think Alan, it was Dawn brought up a good example of, Dawn, maybe you want to chime in and tell the story. I think it was a pretty good illustration of the.
So, as I'm talking to the public, parents, people in the community, and we talk about the dangerous work that we're doing where we're assessing a child on one day. And that becomes a record of what that child did for the rest of their career. It impacts teachers, it impacts everybody else. If you think about any other profession and you do the same thing, there aren't any that do that. So I thought, how can I bring this home? And I thought about a professional athlete. So I picked a professional athlete that everybody knows, and I thought, okay, what does this professional athlete do on May the 25th? Because that was around our testing date. And I look back over, I think 8 years, this professional athlete had been up to bat 12 times, had 2 hits, which means their batting average was 167. They had 1 home run and 3 strikeouts. That was Shohei Ohtani. So he got a $600 million contract, if I remember correctly. If 700. The back of his report card, if he were a North Carolina student, would have been based on what I just shared with you. And it's shameful that we've got 100 and whatever number of days we have in the school system, and only 1 day is used for accountability.
Great illustration. I don't want to forget about the online group. Carla?
Yeah, I'll be brief. We
Okay.
talked about just a high level takeaway, what is working well or could work well. Both Janet and Daryl wanted to emphasize that the structure and the comprehensiveness of the strategic plan, they thought could be a really useful guide to guide the work at DPI and then as a model for districts as well. And they appreciated that the state superintendent got a wide range of perspectives for that. In terms of what's not working well overall, it's not always clear who the information in the accountability system is for and how they could or are supposed to use that information to improve schools. So could there be more useful indicators in the accountability system for educational leaders?
Great, thanks, Carla. And we're going to keep these up. So over lunch, if you have time, during breaks, you can walk around and look at those and have conversations. But right now, I'm going to pass it to Juan, who is going to talk about reciprocal accountability and what that means.
Thanks, Chris. Hi again, everyone. So this is a portion where you will, in fact, need access to your computers. I'm going to do just a brief kind of rundown of what we mean by reciprocal accountability. This is rooted in the idea of reciprocity. And if you think about reciprocity, really what we're saying is for everything that I demand of you, you should expect the capability or resources from me to enable you to, in fact, meet those things. So I'm going to just give you a second to read what's on the screen, because that's Richard Elmore did a way more eloquent job of describing this than I would. I end up using a lot of analogies in both writing and in speaking. Some people are a fan, some people are not. I'm going to extend your analogy, keeping it in the sports world. But hopefully you all have been watching the Olympics and have seen things. I don't know if you've ever tried curling. Anyone? I have. Where I used to live in West Virginia, there was a curling league, and I got into it. Not my thing. I'm not very good at it. But the expectation of performance for like weekend curlers and Olympic level curlers are very different. And so the accountability associated with someone who's like doing a beer league on the weekends versus someone who is over the course of the Olympics, you're watching these folks. I didn't know if you knew this, but heart rates spike into the 200s when they're doing this because of the way that they're moving and operating. I don't know if any of you are runners, but a heart rate of around 200 for like someone in their 20s and 30s is exceptionally high. You have to have incredible cardiovascular health. That being said, I don't have the same level of accountability because I don't have the same level of investment. But for Olympians, there's all kinds of expectations and cuts and training. So their level of expectation for performance is on a far higher level, but they're also receiving so much more support, so much more resource, and they have greater capacity to do better work. Now, curling feels like something that's seemingly accessible to us, despite the fact that it's probably not, They're Olympians for a reason. Because I'm not going to be like, hey, have you guys ever done skeleton racing, right, down a luge? Like, right, that's a very kind of rare opportunity. But this is the idea of reciprocity and reciprocal accountability. So what could a reciprocal accountability or a reciprocal system look like? What is the responsibility of the state to support the district? What is the responsibility of the district to support the school? What's the responsibility of the school to communicate back to the state? There's also, there's other actors and arrows, but for the most part, what we're really worrying about here, I was having a conversation with Rupen about the complexity of systems and subsystems. So the state educational ecosystem on a vertical layer is you have one state system, you have a whole bunch of district systems and even more school subsystems. That assumes clean lines between those three. But within a school, you have these systems of a classroom, grade level, vertical teams, horizontal teams, and then you're talking about like the system of like a school and like a family within a school. And then the groups of teachers who are in the in-group versus the out-group. And then you have those who are connected across content-based teams, those that are part of like the school improvement team, or those that are actually creating a school strategic plan and how they're integrated to it. So there is a lot of systems within an education program that you have to think about, not to mention kind of all of the external systems that feed into it, like healthcare and opportunity, transportation, education of prior people, like parents. So again, complex, lots of actors, but we're going to focus only on schools, districts, and states. If we think about this portion from the strategic plan, vision and overarching goals, achieving educational excellence is the vision for the strategic plan. This vision has three main components: high academic achievement, character development, and making North Carolina public schools the best in the United States of America. So if we think about this overarching goal and vision around achieving educational excellence, what's the district's role in supporting schools and students to achieve educational excellence? How does the district support the state's vision and overarching goals? Similarly, what's the state's role in supporting districts and schools and students to achieve this educational excellence? And how does the state support its own vision and overarching goals? And then finally, what's under the school's control when it comes to supporting students to achieve educational excellence? And what outcomes are directly related to what a school controls? What's challenging about this is that no one layer of these systems works in isolation. The school receives information from the district and the state, but they're the ones that are closest to the ground in terms of students. The district is responsible for mobilizing resources to support how schools operate, but the state is responsible for kind of clearing the path to enable districts that need the space to move autonomously, but those that need support actually need the support. In order for that to happen, the school has to be authentically tracking information. I mean, we talk about like, yeah, one day, one test, but often so much of the data collection that happens in schools is often put on the back of the lowest paid person in the school. And when you don't necessarily elevate kind of their role, because who's taking role every day in terms of what students are there? Is that at the same time? Are those kind of expectations uniform within a district, let alone across a state? So there's different kinds of areas of breakdown. And what we really want to understand is, from your perspective, in order to reach this kind of outcome, what are the core responsibilities for the school? What are the core responsibilities for the district? And what are the core responsibilities for the state? We're going to come back to this at the end of the day. This is kind of a first pass, high level. You're really kind of thinking stream of conscious. What is each layer's responsibility to have a safe and supportive learning environment? As you think about things like, as an example, for school responsibility. So you're going to jump into this Google document, and we'll stay in the same groups for now because you're gelling a little bit. We might change those groups up for after lunch, and you'll just have an opportunity to brainstorm, jot a bunch of things into your Google Doc. You'll see that there is groups 1 through 6 in the doc. I'll rename them real fast. Actually, Chris, if you wouldn't mind going into the document and renaming the groups to the color coding. And we'll just have you just start jumping in. Now, it's up to you how you want to do this as a group. You can talk about this, or you can have multiple people that are entering things so that you're not just putting it on the back of one individual. But you'll have about 25 minutes. We'll actually take it all the way to 30. We were going to do some some share outs, but I'd rather you just focus on communicating within the group. And rather than us sharing out, we will create a summary document that we'll share with you before the next meeting so that you can react to it. So let's go until lunch. So until noon, you'll work in small groups to engage in this work. I suggest to probably go off into the same corners, rooms that you were in. And please just go up until lunch and we'll let you all take off and come back by 1 o'clock. So you have about 30 minutes to complete this. Yes.
To have one question, you have state here, and just to be a little nuanced, state has two potential meanings. One would be legislative, and the second would be State Board of Education.
DPI.
Or DPI, the department. And so I think
How
people
broad
ought
do
to
you want state to be?
people ought to separate out which aspect of state's being
Yeah.
referred to.
Yeah, Kosher, I think that's a great idea. If you could mark those just in your comments, we can usually divine what people are thinking if they're in the DPI lane, the state board lane, or the legislative lane. But if you have specific ideas about those expectations for each of those specific groups, please note those as well. Thank you. Oh, yeah. And so this is something that we've recognized like within our own group at the center. We know that not everyone follows directions all the time. So if you want to add another column, if you feel like, I don't like the structure, we're just really wanting to be able to make ownership in terms of who's responsible for what to try to achieve these types of outcomes. So yeah, if you have any other, we'll be walking around. If you have any other questions, we'll check in on you. But really, we're just wanting to seed as much information as we can into this document. Sorry that you're joining us a little late. That's okay. I'll put up the link to the agenda and where all the information is, and you can hop into all of the resources from that link.
So Juan, are we breaking into groups
Yeah, we're
now
breaking into groups now.
and good to go back basically where they were?
Yes. And
Okay.
you're filling in this Google Doc. usually the whole power of proximity thing happens when you're like around people. It's kind of odd that it works when I just like stand up here and everyone starts to get quiet. I know there's a couple of folks that we're waiting on, so we'll give it another minute or so. Now, before we begin, I did have one quick question. With the provision of the agenda in advance, did all of you get a chance to at least skim the kind of primer on theories of action? So a lot of this is going to be in service to that. So it's going to be pretty high level, but we did want to get everyone on the same page in terms of common language. So where we're going to go for the next 10-ish minutes is thinking about theories of action and some of the language around it. But and if you saw the 5 examples at the end of that document, we're not asking you to draw boxes and arrows and anything like that. I found that it's a very ineffective way to try to get people to think about what they value in a system. That's our job. There's a saying that we talk about at the center that theories of action diagrams are usually only useful for the diagrammer. Now, yeah, so if you feel like you're like, well, I don't know if this is going to mean anything, it'll mean something to us. And why that's important is it's going to help us flag areas within the theory of action that we think are in fact measurable. There's a question that's been emerging. It's a conversation that always happens with these discussions. It actually even happens with something that's focused as an assessment system, because the things that we value are not the things that we really measure. They're proxies of what we want to measure, but they're often very difficult to measure. As we've been thinking more about accountability systems and more about these signals, really, of the behavior that we value, we're trying to push our systems to be more sensitive to those things that maybe are harder to measure. So they're not what you rest a lot of weight on in terms of ratings, but they are something that you signal. I don't know if any of you are budding or fledgling builders. If you ever like hung drywall or hung a TV or even like a picture frame. But houses are actually really good analogies for accountability systems. I know that I'm using like nesting dolls as this analogy with theories of action, but it's the same idea. So, all right, forgive my multiple analogies. But if you think about the education system as a whole, that's our big circle. That's our massive theory of action. It's impossible to kind of put down on paper. Within that, you might want to specify what the theory of action is for your support structures for schools. And within that, you're talking about accountability identification. And within that, you're talking about data elements. These are all nested like a series of nesting dolls. Where I think about a house is that your educational vision is the foundation to your house, and you want to build it on a place that's solid and level. As you start framing out your house, you want to hang certain things on where you can have support. You wouldn't hang a TV just in drywall without checking for a stud. That stud has to be solid enough that you can weigh certain things or rest certain things. In some cases, if you've ever hung like a massive mirror that's several hundred pounds, you need multiple studs, and you're building a frame across those studs. Our challenge with accountability systems is we want to have enough really heavy anchors that we can weigh really solid things, very heavy objects. Those are things like solid measurements. But there's also, like, a house is not a home until you put up things like pictures and decorations. Those are things that add flavor. They may not be the core, they don't need the same level of weight, but you still need to make sure that you have the right tooling and the right pieces to hang pictures, because you don't just put it up with like masking tape, right? You get these fancy little hangers, or like my wife, a bunch of those command strips. We have command strips everywhere. So if you think about how this relates to theories of action, we have to think about a couple of things. Audiences. I'm not the best interior designer, but I know how to hang some stuff. We've got a lot of heavy things hung up at our house. So for me, I'm really interested in why did you put that up with a thumbtack and not like an actual hook? Because there are also thumbtacks all over my house that are hanging things. My wife, on the other hand, and my kids are like, well, we want this picture here, we want this thing over there. They're very different audience than me when it comes to structure. So what's valuable for a district leader compared to a school administrator, compared to a teacher, compared to a family member are very different when it comes to what's in a theory of action. So we need to figure out how to connect dots so that we have common messages across what the signals are overall for the accountability system and what the triggers might look like for each different audience type. You can imagine different data speak to different audiences in different ways. This is where it all goes back to the initial concerns that folks were talking about, that people don't really trust the accountability system because so much of it relies on large-scale assessment data, and people don't trust the large-scale assessment data. Being from the Center for Assessment, I will say we spend a lot of time trying to validate and make sure that they are good representations. They are subject to the one-day, one-test issue, but it's also why we're trying not to like overstress kids about them, because they're not about evaluating students. They're supposed to be about evaluating schools. And even then, any one measure is rife full of error. It's the whole like premise of our measurement industry. But the combination of all of those points of information have much more, I think, reliability. We're able to account for that error, and they give us a sense of how things are working high level. They're not intended to, they shouldn't be intended to completely set edicts for expectation and school improvement, but they should be designed to help you ask the next better question. And so that's where we have to start thinking about the layers of accountability and how things prompt maybe greater investigation without having overt labels placed on. It's balance. So what exactly is a theory of action? If you think about where we are and where we want to be, all a theory of action is helping us identify how we get there. The theory of action specifically articulates the how. A explicit definition, I'm just going to key in on the bolded statements. It tells you what the components of the system are, the connections among those components, the hypotheses, the hypothesized mechanisms to get from the components of the goals, and what those specific goals are. In order for us to have a good theory of action, though, we have to start with the goals. It's the whole Covey begin with the end in mind. It's very, I think, well known for educators to think about it that way. Because you want to, once you've identified the outcomes, then you can work your way backwards and think about the logical arguments. That enables you to think about the actions and conditions. And then we can really explore whether our assumptions are holding about, are we providing the right kinds of conditions to get schools to work the way we want to work, to get districts to support schools, and to get states to provide those supports to the districts and the schools. Again, this whole idea of reciprocal accountability. Let's skip that. Theories of actions are like onions. It's another analogy. We don't have to worry about it too much. But I think what's important is that theories of action can range from super complex to super simple. An axiom that I often use in accountability is that simplicity doesn't equal accuracy, but simplicity can drive behavior. That's where we get into attention. How comprehensive do we want something to represent reality versus how simply do we want something to be able to drive behavior? One end or the other is probably not where we want to be. It's somewhere in the middle, but states and jurisdictions sometimes lean one way towards the other. You see some places that have dashboard approaches. They prefer more comprehensiveness, more complexity, but they're not giving you a simple result. It just means that people have to really wrestle with what they're seeing, which is like a multiple watch problem. If you have 3 different watches telling you 3 different times a day, you got to pick which one is the right one. And sometimes that happens when you have something that's telling you something about climate data and about academic data and about teacher professional learning. Now, on the other hand, if you have something that's really simple and you roll everything up into a letter grade or a star rating or an index score, there's one number that you have to worry about, but there's a lot of complexity baked into that number. And now you have to ask people to go look at that stuff anyway. So it just depends on how you want to drive interest. What this means for us is that we've kind of been talking about problems. We've been skirting around the idea of goals, but we're going to start to get into the goals very directly. That will enable us to get the working group to focus on process and indicators. So what we're going to be spending some time on is starting not even with the goals of the system, but really what is the vision for education in North Carolina? Chris talked about how accountability systems signal what outcomes are valued. It's kind of where we are, but we're not specifying the signals. We actually want to say what are the outcomes. If these components or elements of accountability systems always start with that top line item of goals. What do we envision for our schools and our students? I'm a little surprised often though, and I've worked in the private sector before and I've done some strategic planning with organizations. And there's an assumption that everyone agrees on that first thing. What do we envision for our blank, for our product, for our organization, for our jurisdiction, for our constituencies? But nobody ever has actually, at least in my experience, very few have explored what that actually means and have gone through a structured process to get there. What we're going to be asking you to do is to actually think about a visioning activity for us to get to goals. So we're going to engage in two things for the next hour and a half. You're going to work independently for the first 20, 30 minutes. We're going to cap it at 30 and we'll just monitor things because these are kind of questions that take a little bit of time. So we're going to be asking you to go into a separate Google Doc here in a little bit. But we're going to work for about 30 minutes on just brainstorming. We're then going to, actually that's not true. I have more explicit instructions. 30 minutes on visioning and then 60 minutes on identifying key purposes and uses from those vision statements. Establishing a vision is really important because we can't talk about goals without thinking about what the goals are broadly. And that's where we talk about vision. So I want you to, some people were asking questions in the reciprocal accountability portion. Are we talking about academic outcomes or are we talking about the broader strategic plan? And we want to keep it broad at this point. So we're going to stick with thinking about the larger strategic plan for now. But what you're going to do is you're going to write responses to these 3 different questions in the following Google Doc. You're not going to spend a ton of time sharing out or doing anything like that. We're going to summarize that and bring it back to the next meeting, but they are going to be the basis of our next activity. So what you're going to do is describe your vision for the prototypical North Carolina high school graduate in 5 years. What kinds of knowledge and skills and attitudes and behaviors do they possess? And we want you to be specific. Given this vision for students, what is your vision for North Carolina schools in 5 years or more? How should they be structured? What kinds of teaching and learning will you see? What types of content and skills will students be learning? Also, please be as specific as possible. Number 3, for what negative consequences do we need to watch? So this shouldn't seem that foreign right now because we've been sort of talking about these things in different ways, but now you can see we're trying to iterate and get more and more specific. Does everyone have their agenda up that has the links to the Google Docs? Because it's going to look like this. So this is a free-for-all. Everyone gets to just dive in here. And so actually we are going to take 30 minutes to work alone. For anyone who hit Control A, just be careful not to hit delete because we don't want to lose that entire document. Everyone's got edit privileges right now. You're going to go individually and really, you're just typing in these boxes. You're going to individually brainstorm, think, answer. This is going to be the basis of our next activity. We're not asking you to scan these yet. Take inspiration from what other people are doing. But this is going to kind of be our working back into group work after lunch. So we're priming the pump, we're thinking. So again, I'll check in on you here at about 20 after to see how folks are doing. I'll put the instructions back up. But right now, everyone's just working in this Google Doc to think for the next 20, 25 minutes. Does anyone need help getting to that document? Sure. Yeah, and if you do want to take notes individually, like haptically, I guess you could say, we have pens and pads, but we are going to use this document because the different groups are going to subsequently be referencing this document as they think about their work. Thanks, Curtis. All right, I'm going to ask you all to finish wrapping up whatever notes that you have left, because our next portion of the activity is going to be kind of exploring some of these ideas that are in here in small groups. Just doing a quick scan. The first two boxes are obviously the most important. The third one is important in the sense that we want to be aware of the unintended consequences, but it's not make or break for this next activity. So just another minute or so, please. Okay, as you are finishing writing that down, we're doing a quick scan in the back to see the kinds of things that you're including. We will summarize this, but not now because we don't want to constrain your thinking yet. Because essentially, we're talking about a very broad vision for students, for schools, that reflect the educational outcomes that we value. But I think what we really want to do is now we're going to start getting a little bit more concrete because we need to understand what role should the accountability system play in advancing this vision or these visions. You all have said this. I think it's important to name it. I think this is something that we also believe at the center writ large is that not everything that matters in education should be measured or driven by accountability. It's also not everything that matters can be measured. There are too many difficulties there. So our next task is actually to identify the specific purposes that accountability systems should serve. You're primed to think about things at a visioning level, and now we're going to ask you to come down closer to the ground because we're going to start narrowing educational vision to accountability system goals. So the way that we're going to do this is by working out in small groups. I'm going to have you count off here shortly. And not to restate educational goals, but to try to think about how you would identify the accountability system's role in advancing these goals. So what purposes should the accountability system serve and what uses should it support? The key takeaway here is that the prioritized purposes and uses that we identify today are going to serve as signals for the outcomes that the accountability system must be designed to support. That's kind of the main takeaway here. So what you're going to do is you're going to work in these small groups, but in these small groups, you're going to first work independently for about 5 minutes. You're going to answer a couple of questions, and then you're going to work in small groups that address commonalities across your group. So we started wide with all of these different things that you individually put into these documents, and now we're going to start narrowing it down. You're going to identify, well, anyone can write this on paper, but you're going to record these commonalities on poster paper. So we'll give you all more poster paper, and we're going to put those up on the wall. Then everyone's going to engage in a gallery walk to rank order their 3 most important things. So everyone has one vote, one second priority vote, and one third priority vote. Then we're going to talk about it briefly. So here's the breakdown of the actual directions. I'm going to break these up into 3 sets of directions, so you don't have to kind of keep all this now, but I want to give you the broader view, and then we're going to narrow. So you're going to spend 5 minutes independently completing this sentence 3 to 5 times. To help advance our vision for students in schools, the accountability system should do X. And that's based on all of the things that you see in this document. Your words should be like identify, signal, report, incentivize, monitor, support, highlight, trigger. So the accountability system should monitor blank based on all the things that we just saw in this document. After you've done that for about 5 minutes, you're going to spend 10 minutes where you can see if you can identify common themes within your group. Those common themes are going to get written on paper, and you're going to put those up on chart paper, and that's where we're going to start gallery walking. When we get to the gallery walk, you're going to just have a chance to do some scanning, and then you're going to, for 10 minutes, write your number 1, your number 2, and your number 3 most important things across the 4 groups. I think it might be 4 at this point. You only get one number 1 rank, 1 number 2 rank, and 1 number 3 rank. And then we're going to do a 15-minute discussion while we're doing some scanning and doing like some on-the-fly analysis. So right now, here's your small group activity. First, let's count off by, let's see, there's, I think, 18-ish of you now. So we're going to count to the number 4. 5. We'll start with number 1 here. 5. Okay, so number 1s, we go back there. Number 2s back there. Number 3s over there. Number 4s over there. And number 5s maybe in that corner. We might break up the last group depending on how the groups are stacked. But you're basically going to make sure you take your machines, because you're going to look through those statements really around schools and students and try to figure out, to help advance our vision for students in schools across all these statements, what does the accountability system need to do? Maybe those things. those of you that are looking at the document right now, I just restored about 5 pages that was deleted. So everything should be back in there now.
It's always. Reflecting. I'm guilty of this. I mean, why did you? Still would be a new school. Yeah. Still needs to be a very good school. As long as they still have a money.
They'll be in the playoffs. Playoffs start. Yeah. But Tuesday. Yeah. So like Tuesday the 13th. My guess is that would be my guess. How likelihood of it? You could have looked at really talking to the guys up there, yeah. Literally next to the crane. Wait, how does it kind of up there? Good question. Maybe there's no ladder. No. Either came with the crane. You can walk on the dirt.
It's about a certain level. My brother used to drive a truck that would deliver. That's right. I use that all the time. You like this part of the whole. No matter. Yeah.
I'm just trying to sneak out quietly. I'll the teacher that I was gonna be leaving. You know, she don't get it. Okay, you mind that? No.
It's gonna start on down.
We've been admiring the men on the top. It's all like
Top of the girders, like the highest barriers, they're just walking around.
they're just walking around. Like nothing. Like I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe
It's not.
Yeah. They're literally walking on like 8 inches.
Now they're just sitting,
Yeah.
like having a break, sitting on the.
On the new thing they on the.
They just-
I can walk a straight line. I'm not sure I can walk a straight line. It's like nothing. Right. I mean,
All right. It was really hard.
Kelly Floor, one of the founders for Principal Again. I understand the rule. I think
That's fine. We claim them all. Yeah, we do. Yeah, that's right. Just, I mean, this is important. That might not be an analogy. Did you say that might not be good enough to be an analogy? Might not be an analogy. But I don't think that's the one for you. True, right? True. It's true. There's so much may not be talked about. Then I got a real point. Yeah, I still got a press. I was gonna use it though. I'll make this.
Okay, as we're coming back, we're gonna change up the agenda for a little bit. So the last activity is not gonna take nearly as much time, but we're figuring out how to do a couple things. We're trying to get kind of the most value out of what's left. What I'm gonna have you do is now take a few minutes to just, there's these 4 pages. I don't think am I missing any groups work? I think we just have the 4. There's random markers around the room. Take a few minutes to just scan. There's not that many topics, which is good because they all kind of coalesce around the same ideas. And you're going to prioritize your first, second, and third pick. Everyone gets 1 vote for each number 1, 2, and 3. You're just going to draw 1 next to your top priority, your 2 by your second highest priority, and your 3 by your third highest priority. This should take you about 5-ish, 10-ish minutes. I'll kind of be behind you and we'll do some scanning. We'll take some pictures so that we can keep it. And then we're going to have a few questions for all of you. And then we will just have a quick discussion before you jump back into a different set of groups. We're going to consolidate down to 3, but I'll talk you through that in just a second. So have at it. I think there's markers scattered around the room. I'll grab some more. All right, everyone, if I can ask you to close out your conversations real fast. We're approaching the home stretch, but we're not quite there yet. So real fast, we don't have a lot of structure to this kind of open discussion, but I'm curious if anyone took any major takeaways from what they saw across the different groups in the room, if they saw any commonalities. Like I have some pictures already, and it's interesting to see where really the most upvoted ones are a function, I think, of phrasing more than anything else, because there's a lot of commonality or coherence across these different pages. I think some people just like the way that this was worded better than others. So what are your thoughts? What did you see? And please just chime in because I'm looking at these.
Was able to see a more holistic approach from all students.
Yeah, I agree. Others? Yes. Yeah, for sure. You had your hand up. Anyone else? Yes.
Measure or monitor than the outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
Something that is unknown, and it's as he said, holistic, but if you're looking at floor, it's like going on in our schools.
Yeah.
Probably didn't.
Yeah, I've often heard of this as like the need for a check engine light, if you will. I mean, you don't want a check engine light because that means there's something wrong, but it's the same idea that you're not waiting till the very end. Part of what we strive for, I think, in accountability is that even though we're only measuring the autopsy stuff, the autopsy should be easily linked back to other data that are more throughout the year. Without having it maybe elevated that way, I don't know if the adults change their behavior to look at things like that. So that's an important thing to consider in terms of an accountability framework. Others, yes.
Several times, directly or indirectly, the issue that was raised earlier in the presentation about compensatory versus conjunctive. Are you going to have multiple scores, like, for example, achievement and growth that live side by side, or are you going to blend them? And if you're going to blend them, is the current proportion correct? I think that's an issue that you've already referred to, the fact there's a tension there. There's a trade-off between simplicity and delivering a more accurate picture. And I can't believe we won't spend a lot of time talking about that.
Yeah, not at all. Others? Yeah, so to me, what I see, I'm going to kind of try to like zoom out a little bit, is that there is an emerging tension between a recognition of this, I think, is a value statement. The values between reliable annual measures of student performance in all of the major content areas, as well as those things that are about competencies and skills, things that are durable. And you can imagine which ones are easier to measure than others. There's actually, the other third of us, Carla, actually is just getting ready. I got a chance to do an early review of it, is doing a blog. We often will just write ideas that we have on the center's website about how tests aren't necessarily the best way to measure 21st century skills or competencies or durable skills, or whatever you want to call them, just because that's not how they're observed. It's not the evidence that you collect, which makes it challenging to like roll up into a single score, because NCLB was kind of like a Pandora's box of simplicity. You were able to rank order schools on a series of conjunctive measures, and we've often not been able to move away from that because we're looking for a very quick way to do things. The other thing I think that is emerging is that there is really, it's needs driven, but there's a desire to understand progress over performance. And we're not really sure what like the right weighting is. We are going to get into that. The focus of our next conversation in April is going to be about some of these tensions that we're dealing with. Is it about where is the expectation being met? Are schools making progress towards that expectation? So we'll have some specific conversations around that and to identify some design priorities around that. I know that at this point, because I was listening and eavesdropping a little bit, I guess observing is the right word because we're facilitating. There is a desire to get into some of like the weeds right now. And that's why we started with that graphic. Like we're not really here, we're not gardeners yet. And our job is to be much broader, to set those guardrails in order to have the working group get into the weeds so that they can bring back the evaluation of work to you all. So we'll get to the point that we're talking about these different indicators, these different approaches, these different aggregation methods, but we're not quite there yet because we need to have enough clarity on what the task force values in terms of where specifics have to be. If, for example, conditions for learning, input-oriented things like professional learning, high-quality instructional materials, the way in which resources are allocated, those things are so important that they have to be reflected in the accountability system. That vastly changes the conversation of the working group compared to focusing on different types of outcomes if it's only outcomes. Might not just be those easy to measure ones, but there might be other ones. So you can see how that starts to shift the conversation in the future. So one of the last thing that we're going to do is get you to think about more of these, I think, behaviors than just the like big picture visions. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have you count off into groups of 3. Each group is going to focus on a new activity where you're either addressing how teachers are behaving, how school administrators are behaving, or how district staff are behaving. And really the questions are around these things. You can kind of, what I'm going to ask you to do is take a quick look and kind of mentally picture where are the highest priority uses. And you're going to answer these questions. Given these uses, so we have something about reliable measures of student performance beyond just reading, math, and science. We have the increase in student academic growth. You can kind of be a little creative with that. And monitoring equity of access and opportunity across districts, and probably some stuff around character skills, competencies, things like that. So those are like the 4 big ones that I see. How would a teacher use the information most directly? How would a school leader, admin, use the information most directly? How would a district use the information most correctly? What do they need to be able to see from a reporting standpoint to make it tangible to them? What would they do differently in an idealized form because of that accountability information? How do their actions change? What, in terms of capacity, timing, resources, has to change in order for this to work? And what could go wrong? So again, you're seeing threads of the same kind of questions throughout the day because we're trying to orient you to prompt your thinking as to who does what with it, what needs to change, and what could go wrong. Because that starts to frame out what we are thinking about in terms of resources for the theory of action. So we're going to just ask one person to be the note taker because we're going to now be in groups of 3. So one group can work in there, one group can work in there, and another group can work out here since we have more space to move around. So we'll start over here.
Juan?
Yes.
When we placed everyone at the table, we tried to spread out roles.
Okay.
And so they should be next to different roles so that we can get perspective. Curious, could we just have them sit where they are, but just huddle up into groups of 3?
We could. It's 3 groups. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, that might still work if we're talking about on your left. It's a group of 2 groups of 5 and a group of 6. So I guess we could take you first 5 and go in there. And then you next 5, right? To there. And then the remainder of you are in a group. And I think we're good to go. Yeah, and there's perfect. And then I think the last group can stay right here. They're going in there. Yep. And this will take you all the way till the end of the day. As long as you're doing a really good job of tracking this in the notes, you're free to go when you're done with the activity. Because I know that some of you need to get on the road. And yes. Yeah, like primary outcomes purposes. Yes. Yes, I can. So the effective use of annual measures of student performance. And that's reading, math, science, history, and civics. So that's a couple more extra. There was monitoring equity of access and opportunity. I'm grouping a couple of these together, but it's basically a focus on non-traditional measures, quote unquote, academic competency, durable skills, character, holistic performance, things that are clustered in there. Yes, thank you. And then monitoring growth. So those are your 4. Thank you for that clarification, because I should have made that more explicit. And everyone knows where the document is, right? You can find it in the agenda. It's the last activity. Thank you very much. Yeah, and you only need one note taker. Just make sure that you're comprehensive. Oh, and I'm sorry, actually, I do need you to come back in when you're finished, because we do have a couple of announcements. All right, fantastic. Welcome back, everyone. Real quick, we're not doing a share out. I just want to get some feedback. You will be receiving a survey from us for more detailed feedback. But I'm wondering if this is about what you expected or not at all what you expected. And I think by the smiles, I'm leaning more like this is not quite what you expected, right? When often task forces are suggested to be like, we want to redesign our accountability system. The first thing everyone's like, oh, cool. We have to mess with some indicators, going to figure out what reports look like. And we're huge advocates that that is not where we start, because we need to really ground ourselves in what you all value to see how far we could push the system. And that's, I think, the hardest part. I don't know how this lands with everybody, but I refer to it as NCLB Stockholm Syndrome. Like, you kind of think that No Child Left Behind is the only way you can do it because that's what we've been doing for well over 20 years. And it takes a little bit of reframing to break your brain from that assumption. And where we get stuck is like, oh, these things are the easy things to measure, so we're going to make all things matter that we measure. How we organize things, like don't think that just because we're talking about these kind of pie in the sky ideas that we're going to lose them. They might not look the same way that we want them to look as we're thinking about them now, but this starts us broad, which then forces us to think about, rather than narrowing it like this, we might actually have to narrow it into different like pillars or tiers or processes. So they might live in different places, but we're trying to value them all in different ways. So I know that this is a lot like I think our folks that work in legislation and policy in the room will understand this. This is like making sausage. Things are super messy on the front end, but they all kind of make sense at the end when things kind of get pulled together. We're going to do the hard job of trying to collate what you're putting together or what you're giving us and put it together in something that makes sense. So there are really 4 things, and I apologize for this in advance. I'm actually going to apologize for this. There's going to be some homework to do between now and the next meeting. We're going to ask you to do, this is separate, we're going to ask you to do a survey. We're going to give us some feedback. But firstly, we're going to present you a summary of what's working well and what's working not with the current system to make sure that it reflects accurately what you talked about and saw. Second, we're going to give you a summary, not a prioritization, of all of the things that were in that online document, that now like 10-page document about vision for North Carolina students and for schools and consequences, because that's going to go into our overall report. Here's what we heard. Here are the things that you think broadly should be important, but here are the things that we broadly need to be concerned about. The third thing that we're going to do is make sure that we are reflecting the prioritization correctly with some details. We have kind of a set of priorities that are kind of emergent commonalities, but then how these relay with this and this current activity that we did on behaviors. And then fourth, we're going to give you a kind of a mock-up draft of a theory of action. That is going to be boxes and arrows and stuff like that. That's all going to come out of this day today. So even though it doesn't feel like it all makes sense yet, we're hoping that it will. So those are things that you'll see over the next few weeks, maybe next month and a half prior to our April meeting. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Rupen. I just want to reiterate my thanks and your engagement. These are kind of like hard, cognitively loaded days. And the fact that you all stuck with us to the end is a testament to your will. So we really appreciate it. It is difficult. We know we see this in a lot of states, and it's just, we are asking you to kind of think differently. It's very different from the operational kind of concerns that many of us deal with on a day-to-day. So I just want to really say thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan, and thank you, everyone from the center, for walking us through this day. And thank you all for hanging in. Juan used the sausage reference. I had promised Michael I wasn't going to say his analogy, but I will now. The door's been opened. Michael says, if you want to eat the sausage, you got to prep the pig. I say that if we, that's right. I say that if we start mixing ingredients without agreeing on the recipe, we can't be surprised if the cake doesn't rise. And so today is about agreeing on the recipe. I know we're eager to get to the models, but this theory of action and the work that is related to it is critical in making sure that we've laid a great foundation. And on that note, we really believe that to get us through this work, it would be beneficial to have back-to-back in-person meetings. I've checked with those that have had to leave us early, but want to check with all of you now. Our next meeting is scheduled for April 16th, and it was scheduled as a virtual. And what we would like to propose is to make that an in-person meeting like today. We would start at 9:30 and be out of here by 3:30. And then the June and August meetings would switch to virtual. So we'd have the summer as a break while the working group digs in and starts to do some of the prep work. And so taking the poll now, does that look like it would not work for anyone? And so what we'll do is you'll see I'll change the calendar invite and hold that day from 9:30 to 3:30. As Juan said, you will be receiving some emails from the center. Make sure you look at this slide and you look at those names. If you get emails from them, I wanted to send the first email because I imagined that you would know my name. Now you've met the center and want to make sure that you all are engaged as they help us facilitate this process. And we have a question, Ms. Kamnitz.
We were wondering, and you may not want to do this at this point, but if it'd be possible to send us some samples of other states that have gone through this process and just to give us an idea of what it looks like.
Yeah, I can for sure do that. There's a few reports that we've done that essentially walk through like, here's the process, here's the product. I can send you both for assessment theories of action and accountability theories of action, just so you can kind of see the difference. So again, I think as I noted earlier, the process is kind of similar in terms of like understanding vision and goals, coming up with design priorities, and then getting into the meat of how things work. One thing that may be unsatisfying, and I'll just say this now, a lot of these have been done under the ESSA framework. So the end product looks the same, but there are differences in the things that are included in terms of how the decisions are made and how the aggregation processes are done. So I'll look for a couple of ones that vary in terms of their output. And yeah, we can do that.
So with that, I think we are ready to adjourn. And again, with our great thanks, Michael was just reminding us, when we came to the state board and requested this task force be established, we said this was going to be a critical task force and one that we were going to put to work. And just really glad that you all showed up for the work. So thank you.